Good morning, this is Seeker the Scuffed coming at you live with Ace Attorney Investigations. We're back. So, here's the deal today. I have somewhere to be in precisely 7 hours. Well, rather, I don't have to be there in 7 hours. I have to be out the door in 7 hours. So, we have until then to play this game. We are going to play as much of it as possible. If we somehow manage to finish it, which I don't think is going to happen, because this game, as it turns out, is a lot longer than I thought, severely underestimated it previously, then we are going to be going right into the second game. No break, no nothing. We'll just go right into it. But with that being said, let's hop into it. We have a lot of time to get through. And I'm feeling fantastic today. Unlike the previous two streams, I think I'm really gotten acclimated back into this whole streaming thing. Took long enough, but it feels nice. Now then, where are we? It's time. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars. Good to hear. Now, make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup. You can count on me, sir. I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop off. This isn't about the second game, is it? Let's see. I checked that the money is all there, safe inside this suitcase. Now all I have to do is wait for further instructions from the kidnapper. Okay, it's not. Which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place, after all. Did he get a new phone? That looked pretty thin. Also, what is this place? Why are there blue badgers on the railing? Oh, okay, well, we have the actual... Oh, it's the gate... I was about to say it's the Gatewater Hotel from the first game, but apparently they made Gatewater Land. Okay. Welcome to Gatewater Land. Huh? Oh, thank you. And a big hello... Oh, let's give him a squeaky voice, kind of. And a big hello to you! I'm the Proto Badger. Nice to meet you. Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture? Of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Aw, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. Hello? Who are you? You are not Ernest Amano? It sounds like the kidnapper's using some sort of voice alteration device. Oh man, I was thinking of setting one of those up. Oh, and I didn't do it. Oh, shame on me. Being too slow with my behind-the-scenes changes. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth. Are you a cop? No, I'm a prosecutor. And yet, I'm somehow better than the detectives. I know what you were wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me. I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium. So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me on this one time. And yeah, I'm surprised the bellboy was this successful. Oh, hey! Is Gavin gonna be here? You can see his guitar. And the logo. Oh, no, Max Galactica is here. Oh, gross, I hate him. Looks like he's long finished, though. Troop Gramarye. Were they still active at this time? If they were, this must have been just before they broke up. Because Trucy's not old yet, or old enough yet. Edgeworth speaking. Next, come to the haunted house. And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for? That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I suppose not. Man, choosing the place where the Gaviners are at is a risky move, it seems. I've arrived. Go inside. Oh, that is absolutely not up to code. You cannot have broken glass on the floors. Oh, there's tripping hazards too. Come on. What a dismal place. That's it. Go through those doors. Am I being watched from somewhere? Well, undoubtedly. Leave the money and go. Now. I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as is safer now and not push it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until the police backup arrive. I think you should go check that Blue Badger body. Just seems like the right move. You know. See? Told you so! Man, what a fool, Edgeworth. Oh, is that a real sword, I wonder? Probably not. Ah! It was a trap. That guy. Betrayed. No, can't be. Then the deal. Oh, that was an Edward talking. Who is that? And what are they talking about? Split. Police. Alright. In front of... Meetup. I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Oh, did Edward get kidnapped, perhaps? Oh, he did. Look at that. Looks like there's only one costume left behind. Well, two costume heads, I suppose. How long was I out for? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of a powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano group. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. Why didn't they translate Zaibatsu? Well, most people aren't going to know that. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. Edgeworth, what is that supposed to mean? I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? And how dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Oh, it's you from the cover. Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way. I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger. I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Well, it looks like she's our phantom thief, based on that little emblem she has. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Ahem. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatagarasu. Great thief? And did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu? Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay, Kay? Good, glad that's settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you'd be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Ugh. Hey! There's no need to get all mad and ice glary on me, you know. And this rope goes through here, and there you go. What a relief. Now you owe my thanks. Ah, it's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. Why don't you ask her why she robbed your office? Or is this happening beforehand? I'm not sure. It's probably happening beforehand. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the part I have a tough time believing. I am the real, genuine Yatagarasu, you know? Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? What? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you are the Yatagarasu? Yep! The most righteous of righteous. Legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently, so I haven't actually had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. But don't worry, I've got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it. There's just no reasoning of the prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing? And what would that be? Probably something metaphorical, yeah? But that's going to have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there is one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So, you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor? Ah, I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Ah, now I remember. How can you remember something I just told you? But she sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here. You didn't think that was going to be unlocked, yeah? It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? No way, I don't hear you. La 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 la. Okay. Do you remember where you do remember where you came in from, right? I swear I'm sighing. You're gonna make me sigh so many times. It looks like that might be our only way out of this room. Whoops, a slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. Well, I suppose you're not strong enough to climb up this. You could definitely climb up this if you could open them. Man, why did they have to put the window so high up anyway? How is a thief supposed to make her daring escape? I suppose we could make our way out of here if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. Aha! That's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. Let's see. I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the locker here. Just open them. Open the locker. And then step on the inside. Man, why do they have to make such ginormous lockers anyway? It's for mascot costumes. Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Well, luckily for us, we have one right here. And they're holding a Blue Badger photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the Blue Badger, it's his whole family, too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member in the family, you get a really posh prize. Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? But you can't do that, that's cheating! There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there's one sitting against the wall in the haunted house. Seriously? But somehow, I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take a picture of the costume ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game? How quaint. Well, there most certainly is not one of each walking around the park. There's at least 3 more, one of which was in the haunted house. Actually, I suppose only... well, yeah, because actually there's a head here. It probably wasn't here to begin with. And it looks like we didn't get the signboard as a thing, so we can't use that as a foothold. Let's try this out. What is this? It looks like a bad badger, and it's looking as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the bad badger's costume is, at the very least, a 2-piece, huh? The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? Can I use the head as a foothold? No. Well, we don't really have enough boxes to stand on, but I suppose we can check anyway. Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, look, there's the key. We can use that. Oh, I think it's the pink badger costume. Pink badger? You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better study up on the whole Badger clan with this. Proto Badger, Bad Badger, Blue Badger, and Pink Badger. A vile criminal with a gun! Oh no, how are they ever supposed to stop him? Oh, that's very comical. Note her unique pink bow. Okay. What is this? Think of it as a Bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan. Whatever. I suppose I'll keep it as reference guide or something. Yes, yes. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes. It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home. There's 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty, which means 7 of the costumes are in use right now. No, only 8, actually. Well, I suppose Bad Badger is 2-piece. But aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater Group owes the police from all those cases they solved. But they have all the power of the state, and they use it to make a theme park. It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double-looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy just from the thought of such a thing. Man, no wonder this country's legal system is falling apart. Yep. The key, please. And what have we here? Ah! Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. The something is what is relevant to my interest. Yes, it's time to do some logic. Here we go. Open the lockers with the key. And then we have a foothold. Oh, no? Okay. Well, that's surprising. Well, what else do we want to inspect then? I suppose this is the pink badger. And since it has the same design, it doesn't seem forced to call this one a female. You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and her lips are red. See? Lipstick. What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon? Or is that too obvious? I don't think there's anything else here to note. I suppose we should look at the boxes anyway, huh? So, this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger, Kay? Ha! I can't believe you'd be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it. I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. Well, do one of these boxes have something in them? Oh, this box is open on the side. Duh. Oh, look, it's the Blue Badger. Or is that just a mark on the side? I don't know. I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. My nemesis! What in the... Why is she beating it up? He's got the word bad right in his name. That's nothing but bad news for someone like me. And to think he's out there wandering around in this park. I'd better be careful or he's going to arrest me by the power of his name alone. I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. Okay, I suppose we just inspect Proto Badger now. This is that Blue Badger I met at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose, as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. What? Edgeworth? What are you talking about? Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? Yes, I suppose Edgeworth is. Alright, well, I suppose we can try the key on the door. Can we? It seems we won't be able to open this by ourselves. It also seems quite thick, so we can't just break it down. There must be another way out of here. Okay, well, let's check your key then. Not your key, your phone. Isn't this my phone? It looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. Of course it did. Look at that thing, it's built like a brick. Well, it's actually rather thin, but I know what type of phone it's supposed to be. If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. Ah, but we do have a way. Right here. Ah! There was a cell phone here this whole time? If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? I was so worried, sir. I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta... Ah! What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? Shilong Liang of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you. I need a better voice for him than that. So, why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's a local or global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Langzi says the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You cause quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. But what? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually. You... What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way! It doesn't matter anyway. We should try and get out of here through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, I'm sure we can find our way out. That is true, but I need to go to the washroom, so break time, I shall return very soon. I am returned. Here I am, back from the washroom. Let's get back into it. Now, what else can we inspect? Certainly not the paint. Okay, is she actually gonna be able to climb up the metal pole? I hope so. This is the beam I was tied to. What's up? I was pondering if perhaps we can make it over to and out the window if we climbed this. Good thinking! And if it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me. Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, okay? And good luck. Count on it! The great beefy Yatagarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the sky. Ha! As I thought. This beam was definitely not made for climbing. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. Oh, you most certainly are. Don't tell me we're gonna step on the paint cans. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we could paint help in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building. Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was out and call the cops. Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? Alright, let's see. Can we logic anything here? It does not seem so, but we do have 4 here, which is the maximum amount. Only there were footholds. Well, the costumes are not footholds. Certainly not. Unless for some reason they are claiming that we can stand on cardboard boxes. I hope not. And apparently the... can we inspect the lockers again with the key? No. What else is in this room? I'm not going to talk to you. That's not going to help. Yeah, no, we have everything. Okay, well... Apparently the keys are not it. Is the hook detachable? I can't really tell from the image. No. Okay, just wanted to make sure. And are the costumes a foothold? I hope not, because those are cardboard boxes. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Wait, so are the lockers not the way out, then? Well, what do we do, then? Can I talk to you? Oh, I can. See? Okay, we were not failing any logic, it's just that we didn't talk to her at all. Oh, man. Do you know where this person who kidnapped me went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went to the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with 2 kidnappers here. After that, they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seemed like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, if they went to the next room, let's see what we can find out through the slot. Oh, that's pretty good, helpful. Oh, we can peer into the room the kidnappers were in from here. Okay, well, that's a pretty obvious thing to look at. Is that what I think it is? It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! Looks like they're like a bunch of great thieves themselves. No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made this tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. Oh, that's what the hooks look like. Okay. I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. Oh, is there something in this room? A panel on the floor? I'm not getting an option to look under the mat, so we'll go back into looking here. Can't check the blue box. I can check the door. There's a door on the opposite side that appears the same as this one, which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. Yes, you did. Can you get out, please? Do I have to use this? Oh, okay. We have more. Okay. Beam you are tied to in the floor panel. Connect, please. This hook on this beam. You know I already tried, and there's no way I can jump up from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible. I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather, it's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up, which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well. Oh, I get it. We didn't notice its existence at all this time because it was hidden under this tarp. Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now this is what I call treasure. Yep, and now... Oh, I can't... I had to inspect it first, of course. Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. Alright. This thing is locked down tight. Ah, fiddlesticks. Well, we have a key. We can use it. I must say, I feel like they're stretching this out a bit. I believe you're up, Kay. Huh? Why me? Because we need to use this tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Oh, gotcha. Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of the moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now. Alright. I've got the secret door open, and now... wait! What? Ah! Are you alright? Kay? I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all. Oh, thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary. There's a lot of really large machinery down here. What about an exit? It's really dark and cramped down there, so I highly doubt there's an exit. What? I can't believe that happened. You have only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know. No way! I mean, how am I supposed to know that the ladder is removable? Oh, and there's how we get out. I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay. Oh? So how are we going to bust out? It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. The underground ladder? What about it? Oh, you're so stupid. This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see. If we use this... Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of one of those lockers. Well then, what are we waiting for? Oh, she fell a long way. Alright, now we can get out of here. Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. Okay. The 10-Gallon Hat Saloon. Some footprints. And cops. It looks like it's stopped raining for now. Yeah, thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Well, that's, count off! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 98, 99. Shifu, all 99 members are here and accounted for, sir. Oh, there's our guy. Heh. What the heck do you think you're doing counting my cubs off like that? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of their age or rank, is number 1. Got it? Shifu! Shifu! Ah. You are Agent Lang, I take it? You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Ah. Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respect toward another person. Sheena? This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. You all see that just now? That is the proper way for 2 people to show their respect. Do I have that now? No, I don't. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life. Got it? Ah, that's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zhang Fa. Apparently, this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How is it not? I've heard a rumor or 2 about you. You solved the murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Ha! But you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. Hey, how dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? But comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliché. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I had been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Acme Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska and a 3rd person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare mock the court? I do, and I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? I feel like there's someone. Who was it? Angel Star. Was that her name from the first game? Rise from the Ashes? I think she called the prosecutors filthy. Specifically Edgeworth. Alright, men. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now, just find the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed! Sir! And off they go. Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand? Wait! Oh, and off they go. Mr. Edgeworth. It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why, of all places, did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that. I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Oh, wonderful. I do apologize. It would seem that I had a few too many cups of tea before starting up today, because I have to go to the washroom again. So, you know what that means? Break time again! You know, I think this is the first time we've had break time twice in one stream. Yeah, well, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Look at that. First time I've had 2 break times in one stream. Hopefully we won't have a third. I mean, I don't have a cup of tea with me right now, so we probably won't. But, you know, let's just look around and then we can talk to Gumshoe. We have footprints here, probably from the rain. As in, they hardened from the rain. We have a blue badger, which is extremely suspicious. We have some tracks coming out of this stable. 3 wheels. It's probably a tractor, I assume. And we came out of the storage area above here. Alright, let's talk. Great job, Detective. Sir, for losing sight of me and the kidnapper and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. But sir, I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm going to show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Edgeworth, you know how poor Gumshoe is at this point, and you are even internally criticizing Franziska for cutting his salary so much. Come on, be nice to the guy. Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Oh, come on, be nice to him. Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup? Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my own hand. Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agents? That I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda, so the question is, what is he after? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask something. May I ask about one thing, sir? Yes, what is it? Who is that? A girl over there, I mean. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay. Hey, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me. It's been like that since forever. Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role. How can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we've got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in and getting her convicted and making sure she serves out her sentence, sir. No, come on, it'll be fun. Like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet. No way. I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. Oh, can we inspect stuff now? No, we had to talk to Kay, I think. Man, I can't calmly do any stealing at all with this detective around. I suppose it's not that easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. It's alright. It's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing. Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more. So, what are you going to do about your investigation into the kidnapping? Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated. Oh, come on, you can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go. But you're a self-reported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation. You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief, I'm the Yatagarasu. And as I said earlier, the Yatagarasu is after one and only one thing. Well, what is this one and only one thing? Oh, well, I guess that's the line. What is this one and only one thing you're after? The Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth. I see. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu like to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence was found was sent out to the mass media, along with the card, the mark of the three-legged raven. You know, we've already, done this exact thing. That did not come out right. We've already done this exact thing. Why are we doing it again? Looking back, I suppose you can call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? But that can't be. Can it? Lance! Lance! Where are you, son? Oh. Hello. Mr. Amano? Oh, Miles, my boy! I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair after you've just returned. For you, Mr. Amano, I'll gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office, and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. No. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere at any time. So, who's this old man? He is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please, I miss my poor boy dearly. I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. But, hold on there. Then, what happened to all that money? I believe the $1 million has been stolen, and that the culprits are now on the run. What? Poor old man. Don't you have anything that you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Forgive me, Mr. Amano. Do I have anything that could cheer him up? I don't think so. No, most certainly not. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy. I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amano. Oh, you don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that. He definitely should have recorded that conversation, but not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Edgeworth, you are quite rude to him. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? I suppose Edgeworth is always rude. It's just that people tend to brush him off rather easily. Or turn the tables on him. Yeah, alright. Let me check something. Are we going good? Ooh. We're kind of going good. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? How will telling you about Lance help you get him back? Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationship and behavior. Oh, very well. Lance is my one and only son, and he just turned 21 this year. Do I have a profile on him? No. He is very much like me when I was his age. Kind and very attractive. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him. Is there anything else about him you noticed as of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, so I thought maybe he would know where my son is. It sounds like he might be involved in the kidnapping. Mr. Amano, could you please tell me a little bit more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. So, you still haven't spoken with him since his leave? What about his family and friends? They said they hadn't seen him. I tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So, even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I had better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by, twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Amano, it was my fault the culprits escaped. which is why, with your blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy. All right. Well, what are you waiting for? Oh, you can't be serious. Really? What's happened? Let's see. Do we have internet connection still? We most certainly do have internet connection still. Okay. In that case, it's probably a Twitch thing, right? Did OBS crash? No, OBS is still going. Oh, dang. Twitch just completely ended it, huh? Okay, let's see. Can we refresh this and see if it comes back? Oh, are we back? Are we back? Not quite, not quite. Oh, okay. It looks like I'm back. Let me test my audio real quick. Give me 1 second. See if I'm really, truly back. I think I'm good, yeah? Yeah, I think you guys might have just heard double there. But yeah, I think I'm back. Okay. First of all, as soon as we came back, we got a bot. So let's go ahead and ban that. And let's see. We good? Let me see. That's good. That's good. Give me a second, give me a second. What's this? No, that's good. What caused the crash? I genuinely have no clue. That's fine. I mean, I was gonna give me a second. I'm trying to... I know I shouldn't be doing this here, but I want to figure out what's happening now rather than later. That's good. That's good. Going through all the checks and everything looks fine. I think Twitch just crashed. Okay, well, we can just go ahead and keep going, I guess. I'll just have to make sure to put the... I'll just have to make sure that when I upload the VOD, now we do both, yeah? Yeah, I think so. Ooh, hold on, what's this? Is this it? No, that's not it. Okay, well, suppose we just keep going then. It's a good thing I caught that pretty quickly, huh? Something similar happened yesterday, actually, when we were doing the other stream. We actually ended on a crash. Okay, well, here we go. Alright, well, what are we waiting for? Let's do some investigating. If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it. So, what should we examine first? Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently. Which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there. Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off. I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile. All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way. I am not working for that wolf boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good. Now let's go. No! But I just have... But have I just... But I have... Yeah, man. Oh, that's why it felt so weird. It's because I was trying to read it from Gumshoe's perspective. It's the other guy's line. Boy, have I got just the job for someone of your talents. Well, that was exciting. Okay. What? Can't you tell I'm all ready to get down to some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Oh, come on! I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me? I don't recall offering you the position. Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back. Huh. You're the only one asserting that. Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yatagarasu way. You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Fine, whatever. You win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But the talented Assistant K is going to tag along, no matter what you say. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. Might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Well, let's start with these footprints, shall we? Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here. Looks like costume prints. I remember hearing rain fall out here while I was being held in there. Yep, it was just a passing rain. That's why the ground is already pretty much dried up. I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples. Read that right. You know what? I bet if we followed them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes. I don't think it will be that easy. Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. Well, it looks like some of them weren't wearing shoes at all. Let's check this. It's a set of tire tracks originating from the garage. Aha! So that means a car left the garage at some time, right? Correct. But for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. These treads. I think we also safely assume it's a special type of car. Oh, you're not gonna talk about it more? Okay. Ah, the Blue Badger theme. Hey! It's the Blue Badger! Where's my camera? Badger, get! I really don't understand why she is so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. He's doing that contorted, wriggling dance again. Aha! Oh, hello, Meekins. You've uncovered my identity, sir. I was to remain under that head, sir. Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir, Mike Meekins, reporting for duty, sir. This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. About the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth? I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something he wants to hide? No, it's because he's a mascot dummy. Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time? Sir, because I'm not a police officer right now, sir. I'm the Blue Badger. And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids. That's never a waste of time, sir. I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling the scorchingly boring beat until a little while ago, when the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled at the kidnappers had escaped, sir. I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already, and I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone. It would seem that some people never change. So, why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? Sir, That's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of the kidnappers, sir. I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactic. To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor. How long have you been standing here, officer? Sir, for about 1 little hour, sir. That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. And I've been here ever since, sir. If that's true, then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping. But however, sir, I must tell you, I didn't see a thing, sir. I haven't asked you anything yet, officer. No, but I know you will, sir. He is hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir. I'm getting into it, too. I patrolled the park, all while wearing this costume, sir. And about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A lone blue badger. What you said just now was contradictory to the facts. How so, Mr. Edgeworth? This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts. It's this, right? Yeah.
Take that!
Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement. Sir. Of course, sir. If that's what you wish, Mr. Prosecutor. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait. You said that you saw a blue badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in it at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the blue badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another blue badger wandering the premises. But what? Sir? Then that would mean that there are 2 blue badgers walking around. But why? Alright. Can I do anything about this? Do I just combine Blue Badger and second thing? Or do I combine Badger and the costume prints? I don't know which one Edgeworth wants me to do first. We can try them both. They have enough health. A second Blue Badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly, the true identity of the person underneath is... Oh, I know! It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person wore a costume to get away. Precisely. After all, the costume that went missing from the storage area are a blue badger, a proto-badger, and a bad badger. Yes, those 3. So there are 3 phony badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh? Now that we know that the kidnapper's wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning. Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right? Yes. More than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of the badger. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting. Yep, here we go. So, we're looking for footprints made by a costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are 2 sets here. They both do look like possible candidates. This set is walking off to the west. Ah, it just stops. I can't make heads or tails where it's heading from here. I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium. I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. Oh, is she tracking it where I can't see it? Huh? Quick, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got him! I've got one of the culprits! No! I'm not a kidnapper, sir! Down, Kay. Clearly, those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume. Aha! Maybe they came over to this garage for something. That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage. Sir, Roger Wilco, sir. Let's open this shutter and see what we can find. Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. No, they probably took the tractor. Ah! Oh, not a tractor. It's just a three-wheel vehicle. But what in the... We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. Oh! Is this the case that we had our information stolen from? She must be in severe shock to have been the first one to find it. Now then, who is this man? But it's Oliver! Mr. Amano, are you saying that this man is... Yes, he is my butler. How could something like this have happened? Indeed. And why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I'd better investigate the crime scene quickly before Agent Lang or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage, and right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? From my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. You sure are calm for someone who just found a body. It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Well, check the necklace first. We know that's significant. This is an unusually shaped pendant. Oh, what is it? Is it something valuable? She seems to have regained some of her composure. It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it, and it's really pretty. Hold on. This is made of platinum silver. Nice! It is something worth something after all. Oh, and look! There's something written on the back. Colin Devoret. It's a name. Colin Devoret. But this man's name is... Oh, is it? Hold on, let me see something. Colin Devoret. Okay, it's an anagram. I just wanted to confirm, because it seemed like it was. So I suppose he had a fake identity? Oh, I can deduce things. Okay, hold on, let me see what evidence I have. It doesn't look like we have anything right now that's particularly important. So let's just check the bullet wound next. As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder. Okay, I was wondering what the shoulder wound was. So that means he was shot twice? No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound. Ooh, dang, nasty shot. Nice! I knew you could figure it out! It comes with experience, and I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder, where the bullet went clean through. I should make note of this oddity. Well, he probably got killed in the car, yeah? I think the only other thing to check is the car. Oh, we can't take the car. Do we have to deduce something then? Maybe we have a bit of logic? Can I... Okay, I was about to say, can I deduce that it's an anagram? No, it does not seem so. Can I deduce that his name is an anagram right now? Or is that supposed to be a secret? Nope, I cannot present it to himself. I can only present information. I suppose we can check everything else just in case. Oh, there are multiple of each vehicle, it looks like. But yeah, nothing here seems to be it. You know, the Bad Badger has a gun, so I assume whoever has the Bad Badger costume is wearing a real gun. And there doesn't seem to be anything else here. Do I actually have to deduce something? I mean, I feel like this is a bit silly, but I can try it. No. Really? You think so? Because to be honest, I don't really see how it solves anything. You must be confused jumping from kidnapping to murder. Yeah, that's it. Ugh, I can't believe I made such a large blunder. That even this little girl could point it out. Okay, well, it doesn't seem to me there's anything else. What a peculiar car. Yeah, from the looks of it, it must be the Blue Badger Mobile. And it has 3 tires, so maybe it left those tire tracks behind. Huh. That's simply not possible. What? Why? Take a look at the tires. There's no mud stuck to them. Therefore, it must have been here since before it started to rain. Oh, gotcha. Good eye. It's a shame I don't see any other clues around. What do you mean? You know that's the Proto Badger Mobile, right? Mr. Romano, this body. Yes, that's my butler, Oliver. How could something like this have happened? Indeed. Why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? Okay, do these guys not have anything else to say? Presumably not. What on the body, though, is there left to deduce or inspect? Okay, here's the thing. I can deduce something based on the pendant and the bullet wounds. And that is it. That is the only things on this screen that can be inspected. But what do I even have that could be used? Do I say that he was in the costume, perhaps? Because only the head was found? Maybe. That's the wrong button. No. Unfortunately not. What am I supposed to be deducing here? Because I can, like, make the connections myself, but I don't know how he wants me to do it. Oh, okay. Let me see. There was very little blood found at the site where the body was found. Yes, I know that. Do I deduce it based off of the fact that there is missing costumes? No. What does he want me to do? Maybe if I talk to this detective? Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Oh, sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. Ugh, I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. No, can't deal anything with that. Okay, I am supposed to be deducing something, but what? Can I deduce anything? I mean, okay, so I know this is an anagram. But there's nothing here I can connect it to. Right? The stables do have a horse image on them. But that seems like a real stretch. Man, what am I missing here? I must be missing something. And I can't present people. Oh. How strange. How strange indeed. Oh, wait, did I see something I can inspect? No. No, I did not. Okay, let me back up then. We can go talk to these other guys, perhaps. Okay, I suppose all the cops have the same dialogue. How about the cat? Ha! I've got you now, you vile criminals! I'd think the kidnappers would have better sense than to try hiding in these. Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think the criminals could be hiding in there, right in front of the two officers. I certainly hope not. Okay, nope, nothing there. Oh, did you know? I really love this kind of chair, the way it rocks back and forth. When I grow old, I plan to sit in one of these and rock the day away every day. But you don't have to wait, Mr. Edgeworth. You're at just the right age for one. Do I really project myself as someone of that age? No, that's not important either. What else could it be? I really don't see anything else. Look! There's a blurb around about the cactus here. This cactus is a very gracious gift to the Gatewater land from the local police precinct. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. So, is the police department running a cactus farmer on the side? Just kidding. They wouldn't do something so silly. Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. Yes, and the evidence room with our old friend. Well, I mean, there is more I can investigate here, but I really don't think that's anything of note. I can talk to you. Can I present anything to you? No. Can I present anything to you? Oh, that's not the button I meant to push, but yes, I can present things to you. That's good. Please skip through this dialogue. Can I present this? Sir, I am undercover as a Blue Badger now, sir. I must pretend not to know about anything on anything, sir. I mustn't respond to that. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Okay, do you have anything to say about this? How about these? Come on, they seem relevant to your job. Sir, you have a copy of the Blue Badger Bible too, sir? That was written by experts on the Badger family, sir, and it's very, very thorough. It doesn't matter that I was made the Blue Badger only a little while ago, sir. That book helped me memorize every name of every badger, sir. It's not that hard to remember 4 incredibly obvious names. And can I present people to you? No. Meekins, you are extraordinarily unhelpful, I must say. What am I missing? Yeah, I can't do logic here because I only have the one piece. And you don't have anything on your body that indicates anything, really. We can check one more time, I guess. What is it that I'm missing? I feel like I'm going to be upset once I figure out what it is. I mean, if I check the pendant again, will it figure it out? Okay, well, you know, how about this? Why don't we verbalize what we know? We know that this man is a butler and close associate or friend, potentially, of the kidnapped victim. This man is using a fake name that is an anagram of his real name, and it is present on his necklace. He was also shot in a from a rather awkward angle, and the blood is either in the back of a car or in the costume that was disposed of. And he himself was likely part of the kidnapping scheme, considering there was 2 people. But how can I make Edgeworth figure that out? How can I get Edgeworth to realize this? I don't even remember what I've presented this far. I'm just going to go examine the other things I haven't touched yet. They're not going to be helpful, but who knows. If these were real, I wonder what you put in them. Water would be the obvious answer, but if you stored water in a barrel under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad? People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted. Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like the strange taste. Look who's making fun of them now. Yep, just as unhelpful as I thought. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this one of those things you tie horses to? Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment. Ah, and here I was hoping to get to ride one. You know how to ride a horse? Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse. Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic. Okay, well, it seems like there is literally nothing for me to do but to make a deduction based on the body. Unless I can present something to him, but I feel like I tried to present the blue badger head already. Yeah, I did. Drip, drop, little by little, our privacy is being sold off to the public through this, sir. But that means I need to work extra hard on my cute poses. Oh, like what? Like this! Great! Now I know what your new pose will be. Oh, look, sir. I've successfully stolen his pose in speaking style, sir. That's nice, Kay. Okay. I have nothing to do with Meekins. Can I talk to you? I don't imagine it would be helpful. What does the game want me to do? Talking to the assistant is never necessary. Okay, we've inspected literally everything. Talk to everyone but Kay should most certainly not be necessary. And I feel like we've inspected everything on the body. We just had to do something, but it doesn't make sense. What would you have to deduce? I don't know, is it connected to the Gatewater land pamphlet? No, of course not. What is it connected to? It's not connected to the preliminary findings, is it? Because we see his name? Oh! Oh, that was it, that was it! Oh my god, this is how you figure out it's an anagram? Oh, I hate that. There's something not quite right about the name on the pendant. The victim is the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon. But the name on the pendant is Colin Devereux. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Ah, finally. That took way too long. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab something. Not long. I'm gonna just be right here, but so I'm not gonna go onto the what's it called? Not the break time screen. Look at that, I'm back. Wasn't that quick? Ah, okay. Lance! Lance, where are you, sweetie? Oh, okay. I was expecting the mother. Excuse me, but you are? Doki Doki. Hmm? Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Ah, stop it, Lauren. You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with... Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance? Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Lauren Pops. His girlfriend? Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends, and, we're not lovers or anything. Well, we haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Swoon. You know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character. May I inquire as to why you are here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to get really worried. Sob. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Wow, you're really strong for having made it through this all by yourself. Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Oh, Lance. I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. My men brought me up to speed over the radio, and I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now. Suspect? Who? Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us. What? Sir? I had nothing to do with it, sir. Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? Ha! I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets. But that's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts. That's tyranny. I would allow such a thing to go unchecked before my eyes. Heh. Too bad you don't call the shots around here. As I have sworn to uphold the law of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? You! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu? Hold it. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Zi says, every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic. I've seen a lot of bodies like this one being carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured out that much, right? With your current gun law, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, is that right? That is your reasoning? Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment. What is this philosophy of detainment? Ha! You don't know? In that case, pay attention, girly. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because in my language, lang means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. And as for the detainment philosophy, it's my father. It is my father. Bleh. It's my father. Bleh. Its father is my honorable ancestor, Lang Zi. You'd think I'd have heard of him and his teachings if he's that famous. Lang Zi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, the Zhangfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies. But thousands of years ago? That makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale. Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world? You want to put it to the test? Alright. Well, we have this is a pretty easy one. Let's press him here before we present.
Hold it!
It would appear you studied a little of our laws. Studied? Who needs to study with what every child... Who needs to study what every child in any street corner already knows? It's that... Sheena! The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. That's it. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days. Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information.
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here. Oh? Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired. How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. The power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey, you! Show me your gun! Oh! What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden? Gun! What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. Sir, I lost my gun, sir! How could you be so irresponsible? In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we've got. You're the one who waited here outside the garage to ambush and kill the victim. So, you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. Well, it's actually not that. Because the blood.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself, and while you were looking, did you not think to yourself it was a little too clean? Ah! So, you did notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't the crime scene, and if it was your men who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that the officer was hanging around here in the first place? Weird? How so? Hey, your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like I found myself taking a walk. But, sir, I really did take a walk, sir. You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly? Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something? Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir. Save me the way you did earlier. Please, sir. Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened. Sir, not you too. It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role, selling dreams to children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. What is this Blue Badger mobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir. So, the Blue Badger mobile is just a roaming souvenir shop? Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant. He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. He sure seems sure of what he's saying. Can you try and calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer? Sir. Roger, sir. Okay, where do we want to start off with this? Check every inch of the main gate area. Can I take a look at the map? Okay, we are right next to it. Yes. And he also went looking for the kidnappers. Let's press this.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by selling dreams? Sir, the Blue Badger Mobile is where dreams are collected. What? Sweetness like you've never known except in dreams, ma'am, like innocence drops. And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am, like guilty jawbreakers. Selling those as I push the Blue Badger Mobile along is my sworn duty, ma'am.
Hold it!
You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers? No, sir, of course not, sir. I would never do something like that, sir. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. Wow, you're good at forcing people to confess, forcing people to confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth. To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir. Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony. Yes, sir.
Hold it!
How did you wind up all the way over here? I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks, and before I knew it... the good old drop kick. I dished out my fair share of one of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation. Sir. That's right, sir. That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. Sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there is one flaw in Officer Meekin's story. I have a feeling he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans. Huh. You know, you say that you were in the Blue Badger Mobile, but it's parked and it doesn't have, what's it called? Mud on it. So I think I just keep pressing him.
Hold it!
Alright then, where were you assigned to? I was assigned to the main gate, sir. You must mean the area of the bridge and the outrageous fountain. Okay, so why are you here in Wild Wild West area? It's because of a very deep reason, ma'am.
Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation. Yes, sir. Well, first I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. Well, what did you expect when you were dressed like the Blue Badger? I thought I had no choice at that point, sir, so... Okay. Well, you say you were in the Blue Badger Mobile. I don't think I have any, what's it called? Way to present the tire tracks, unless it's this, so we'll try this first.
Objection!
Okay, that was it. Good. Officer Meekins, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies. Sir, I'm lying, sir? Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger Mobile until recently, then what is it doing here, inside the garage? Actually, I had just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized it, the Blue Badger Mobile was nowhere to be found, sir. Which means it was perhaps stolen. And that's when I came back to this area, thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. A likely story. Who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that? And what exactly is so convenient about his story? A car getting stolen. It's completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. but I think we can assume the car was used all right to move the dead body. What? You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins, and then you used the Blue Badger mobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me. But it wasn't me, sir. The killer, sir. It wasn't me, sir. Agent Lang, wait. What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts in this case, let alone the truth. I told you, truth schmooth, I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy courts with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon. I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to an autopsy, and you guys are getting in my way. You would interfere with another one of my investigations. Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. You. Now, be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. Oh, there's a to be continued. We're going to take another break because, as I said earlier, too much tea. Yeah, just go ahead and save it. Diddle-doo-doo. I accidentally muted. We're going for break. We shall return momentarily. Break time. Go. Break time number 3. I am returned once again. Here I am. Hello. Break time over. Let's get back into this. Chased out like a pair of peasants. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Kay? There's something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is? You really shouldn't steal anything. However, I'll bite. What shouldn't a thief steal? A life. It's too heavy of a burden on your soul to get away with, ever. Well, I thought you were going to say tax money, but that works too. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that by my own hands, when I apprehend the murderer myself. All right, and I'm going to work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go! I still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just going to have to drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, stadium! Hurry, sir! This is supposed to be a hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium. A witness? You! What did we tell you about leaving your signed post? The jig is up. Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so you go get him, sir. Those detectives sure looked like they were enjoying themselves. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet the witness. Ooh, hold on, is stream getting unstable? Let me check that real quick. That's not it. Oh, we're good enough. It could be better, but it's usually way worse. Oh, it looks like they cleaned up the stage. I thought there was a witness here. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, it's Emma! Hello, Emma. Nice hat. A long time no see. You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. But I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad? You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. Well, yeah, looks like the Gaviners are packed up, Troop Gramarye is packed up. And the only thing here of note is this car. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown up in these past few years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go, but I'm going to be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Skye. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday, and I'm training to become an unstoppable great thief. A great thief? How old is Kay, by the way? Do we have her age? Okay, 17. Emma's 18 right now. Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do. So, why are you here, Emma? Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I had just missed you. And how exactly did you know I was here? Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. I used these to track your footprints, and I followed them straight to you. This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine a special light on it, zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking. Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Sounds like you're being stalked, Edgeworth. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking? Rather, not thinking. So let me guess. There's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? Probably into here. I assume this is another Badger mobile? Yeah, but it's a different color than Blue Badger's car. Yes, this is the retina-searing pink model. What's that off in the distance? Oh, the witness? Ah, there they are. Oh, hey, it's the pink Badger. Badger, get! Badger, 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 Badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? I think this Badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you, by any chance, the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak Badger dance. Okay, who do we think's in here? New character, perhaps? I don't think they'd bring another returning character. Oh! It's her! Hello, I didn't think we'd ever see you again. Oh, I get to voice her! Okay. Okay, we gotta be ready. She's definitely gonna blow up and rant. I can't take me inside that stuffy head anymore! No! Why her? Why here? Why now? I first met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief. Edgy Poo! Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kid's dream alive by staying in character, but you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm so sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm just gonna be direct. I had a bad feeling before. This just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare. So, you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger? Oh, you could say that, but right now I'm just a Pink Badger, dearie. She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name is Wendy Oldbag, but you can call me Wendy, or Granny, or whatever suits your fancy. Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm McKay Faraday. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you? Yeesh, I was just trying to be polite. Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels last time we met? I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I get called in all the time to fill in where there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are talking with 2 young girls. Our men are all the same. It doesn't matter how old they get, they continue to get with young girls. Why was it just the other day that some young man failed to notice me? He went right... No! Oh, I fell behind. Oh, I tried so hard to keep up, but she went too fast. You seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, please, I'm begging you. By all means, do not provoke her any further. Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness. Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think fate is going to be so kind today. I saw what happened. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that? So, it's true. She is the witness. I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag. Yes, it's just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder. You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes? Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me. Alright. I came to this stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw 2 men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was very terrifying. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. It looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately. What's that unfortunately you tacked on at the end supposed to mean, Edgy Poo? Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady. Whew, man. Had to catch my breath for a second. Ooh. I'm really trying hard to keep up with her. Like, not just like whenever she speeds up a text, but just her normal dialogue. I'm trying to get through it fast, because I feel like that'd be more in character. Now, with that being said, I think the way we want to go here is saying that there's no way that they could have shot while they're standing next to each other. Or facing each other, I mean. Because if they were facing each other, then how the heck would a bullet go in through the stomach and out through the shoulder? That seems pretty crazy, yeah? I certainly think so. Here, let me get a drink of water. I have lost many of fluids throughout the stream, so let's keep myself topped up. Alright. Do I have... Let's see here. Entry into the right abdomen, exit through the right shoulder. Let's press these two middle statements first.
Hold it!
You saw two men. Can you describe them for me? They look like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful. Oh my! Don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous either. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just fools compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them.
Hold it!
You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place? Absolutely! That gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to go to help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat. What could I have done? But I took off as soon as I could find someone who could help. Two men, one bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony. Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. So, about this new problem, what is that giant grin on your face for? Do you want me to show you something really nice? No. No, thank you. Don't be so mean. I swear it's something you're gonna like. What is that gadget you're holding? What you see before you is a secret weapon of a great thief. Ah, I should have known it would be worthless. Ah, don't be like that. What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now, witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood. Okay, but what is this? This is a recreation of the murder based on the info inputted into Little Thief. Little Thief? I dare say I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a little too far. Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if you used like this... Let's see. Miss Oldbag said there were two men facing each other. And then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground. Ah, so with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So, what do you think? I have to say, I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. Well, it is the super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu. Indeed. Okay, but if there isn't enough information, or something's out of place, the recreation should come out a little strange. In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony. You got it! You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth. You know, I really don't think this is, necessary. Because it seems like a pretty cut and dry thing. I mean, we know that there's no way that the bullet would have gone, well, through the trajectory that it took if they were standing and facing each other like that. Right now, the simulation is a recreation of the witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in the simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if I find something, I've got Little Thief with me, so just let me know, okay? Well, the contradiction is here. It's the silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief. She has a point. Can I... No. Can I do this? No. According to the testimony, the victim fell around here. That's right, but if that's the case, then we already found our first contradiction. Uh-huh? What? Where? If this is the real scene of the crime, then there's something missing that should be here. The blood, of course. Well, I don't really have the option to present blood. So, how about we just do that, then? Present the body. Does that work? This is the contradiction. Is something wrong with my recreation? If this is the real scene of the crime, something so specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right? Right. The fact that there was no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony. Edgy Poo, how can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there was another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. Hold on, let me check something. Okay, well, we know the distinct lack of blood. It's because of the cat costume. But how do I inspect a costume that's not present? I'm not actually sure. How do we go about this? Well, let's see. Is there anything else around here I can inspect that's important? I don't think so. If I talk to Oldbag again, does it let me do her testimony again? Well, what if I present this? Yet another blue badger? I've had my fill of these things for a lifetime. Thank you for the extra commentary, but all I wanted was for you to take a look. Oh, alright, I guess I can do that. But only because it's you, Edgy Poo. But, what is wrong with this thing? Why is the blue badger wearing sunglasses? How could she have not noticed all this time? Oh, well, that's not what I was looking for. How about this? Go on, Edgy Poo, show me anything and I'll tell you all about it. Very well. What do you think about this? It's nothing special. Somehow, I figured she'd say as much. Okay, just wanted to check. Can I show you this? No. That apparently does not jog your memory. Which is reinforcing my theory that the guy who got shot was in a costume. It's like a lineup of ugly thugs. You cut to the quick. Only behind the scenes. I'm the pink badger right now to the kids. But don't you think I'd be even more lovable if I kept this headpiece off? Think of the children. You're the one who wants to keep their sweet dreams alive, right? Okay. Anything to say about the pendant then? Just wanted to double check. I don't know. Oh, okay. Thanks to this, people have been taking my picture all day. It's like I'm one of the mascot characters of this park. It's not like. You are the mascot character. Well, one of them anyway. But you have no idea how hard it is to be one. You're not allowed to talk at all. Taking away my ability to talk has my effectiveness as a human being. You have a hard time not talking? But it seems like such an easy thing to do. What do you know, young'un? Just wait till you're my age and then we'll see. Is it possible this loud old lady was once a quiet, fair maiden? Ha! Impossible. Okay, well I don't think Old Bag has anything to contribute. Does Emma? And this is amazing! Just feel the power of science! Yes, yes. Do you have anything to say about this? Scientifically calculating and thinking critically about this. Then, putting it in a way that transmits the feeling that I understand. Whew, done! She makes it sound like she knows what she's talking about, but she really has no idea. Admittedly, I am slightly confused by what she just rattled off. Okay, well I guess she doesn't have anything to say either. Can you check for footprints? No. Well, what do I do then? It said that I could, point out contradictions on these. But I can't. Why? Oh, duh. I didn't read this, the subtext on this, piece of information. Why is there no blood? Because he's in a costume. That's why. Okay, that was a bit different than I thought it was going to be. Is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? So, you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume there's a good chance that he was. And that if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes, then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume. You'd think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. But the problem was finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I wonder who can go about finding some of those. This isn't... Oh, yep, that line. We know that line. Oh, no, I clicked on something I already read. Yeah, I know. Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints. Ah, finally, my expert knowledge in forensics is needed. Yes, well... Can you detect and trace even partial footprints? I'll leave it to me. My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything. Very well. If you could please analyze the footprints in this area. Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look, right here. I don't see anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. The footprints were definitely left by a badger costume. Judging by the way the prints are layered, these seem to be the newest. Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. Okay, in that case, I'll update the Little Thief's simulation parameters. I can't wait to see what we find out from the new info. Well, oh, that's investigation complete? Really? So, the victim was wearing a costume when he died. And with that, And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now, something else has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. I came to this stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over, and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Okay, the exact same testimony as before. So, does this mean Miss Oldbag's testimony has a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. See, I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now, let's see if we can pull more information from Miss Oldbag into this recreation. For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. Let's see. Let me just check what evidence I have. Did I get anything new from that? Yeah, the costume. We saw two men facing each other, but we know one of them was in a costume. Huh. Two men? How did you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier. The second tier? Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, you know, I was using the phrase in a metaphorical sense. Hold on, I need to pause for a second. Okay, I'm good. I see our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now and again to take a nap. I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from up there. It's so high up. Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there? Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know? Not like when I was young. People... Oh, no! Oh, I didn't even notice she started. I was in the middle of inhaling. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it! Okay. Well, where do we want to start here? Well, I think we should start with this guy. Oh, it's the same. Okay. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. The silhouettes can change depending on the information I input. But Little Thief can recreate more than just people, so investigate away. We even may find more info with which to make a more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. Well, I don't know. Is there anything else, really? I guess a stage. It looks like they broke the stage down. I guess this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because of a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Let's see. I can combine those. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to put input that bit of info into Little Thief? Yes, if you would please. Okay. You know, I don't think we've ever had a protagonist who is, good at technology, have we? Anyway, we found our contradiction. There's a There's clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on, it wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose. In any case, it is not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at this time. Yeesh, I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Isn't it obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. See? Now, let me update the info in the simulation. Well, we already know that's wrong. It should be reversed. Well, 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 what have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, you've discovered that the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium. I see. Thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little Thief is not a toy. You two, assert. Oh. There we go. And there you have it. You see? Big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation. So what? You still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer? Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed up, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed. Man, this guy is an idiot. You know, I complained about this last time too. Are we ever going to get someone who's smart on the opposite side? How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime? He's the most likely suspect we got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. I'm not some common crow. I am the Yata-Karasu, the Raven of legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. Okay, hold on. Shot him from on high? No. Another fool. I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. So, sorry. Then, yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction. You're discounting your own conclusions. No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistaken parameter in our recreation. Yes, the locations of the killer and the victim were wrong. I get it. I see what you're trying to say. I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. Yep, go ahead and show us. There we go. That's much better. If this is what happened, it would also explain the positioning of the gunshot wounds. But then, what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. Okay, let's see. Is this going to be the first smart testimony? I ask you to take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of a blue Badgermobile. The story Officer Meekins told about the shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in Wild Wild West area. You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it. The 3 tire tread marks are very telling. However, is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Absolutely not. What do we have in our... Do we actually have the pink Badgermobile in our evidence? Let me see. We do not, actually. In that case, what do I present? I mean, there's a pink Badger here. Like, pink Badgermobile, I mean. No, we can analyze the pendant. No, it just says Colin Devery on the back. Okay. I think we just had a press here. Yeah, we're just gonna start pressing, starting from here.
Hold it!
3 tire marks. I do agree that the blue Badgermobile has 3 tires. Of course! The only thing in this park that could have made those marks is that roving shop. Are you forgetting that there are, in fact, 3 of them? You can't simply ignore the pink and the proto-Badgermobiles, Agent Lang. Of course, I didn't say it couldn't be either one of those 2. But I see no reason for them to drag them into this just to complicate things.
Hold it!
Of course, you have some sort of proof that it was all a lie, correct? Of course not. Well, that was blunt. But suppose it is a lie. It would explain a lot of things, like his movements and his whereabouts.
Hold it!
So, you still claim that the tire marks belong to the blue Badgermobile? It must have arrived on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Meekins committed the murder. Okay, well, there it is. That's what we need. The blue Badgermobile has clean wheels. Yes.
Objection!
I just needed to know the direction Edgeworth was going to go with that. Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. Why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekins' blue Badgermobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proof? The tires, they're clean.
Take that!
Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. Ah! If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Hey, I've got it. What about Miss Oldbag's pink Badgermobile? Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second-tier seats. Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall. Oh, you mean the Proto-Badger? That's right. There's one more parking space inside that garage, and it proves the existence of a Proto-Badgermobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this proto-Badgermobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence on it. Hey, did you hear something? Help. Oh, who's this? Help me. Ugh. Are you alright? Well, this is something. Looks like we found ourselves a kidnapping. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time? Wild West of kidnappers. He was in the room next to the one I was held in? Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers. Huh? What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but two. One was a woman. A woman? Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kids said just now. Consider it a gift. Now, are you going to get out of my crime scene, or am I going to have to get rough? Again? You're nothing more than a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Oh, no, not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily. Don't count on me to testify, because I won't. Not for you. Well, that's right. I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper? Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. Hold on, I need mute. Oh man, my nose is getting really stuffy. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough you either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Fair maidens? My, you little rascal. I'm sure you sure know the way into a woman's heart. Lang Ji says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever. Trying to outdo my edgy poo with your fancy schmazzy sayings. Let's get this over with. So we're clear, I'm only interested in giving you my statement. Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. Mr. Edgeworth. And there we go. To be continued at number 2. There should probably only be one more. I assume we are going to check the haunted house next. Nope, back to the Wild West area. Looks like we got the boot again. With Lance saved, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy! Tell me, it's true. Tell me you've really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium. And then, my little Lance is unhurt? He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang. Oh, poor Lance. It must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a sob. Okay, well, I don't really want to talk to you guys. So let's just go over here. Oh, this just takes me to the entrance, of course. Well, okay, I guess we haven't talked to them then. Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened all over. But I have to say I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? Ah, the way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know. Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? Viola? Hey, from Tender Lender. We know Viola from Tender Lender. It's a very simple love letter. Oh, well, let me see. Oh, that's really weird. It's from a loan company. Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. He loves me not. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose. If they were me, then blush. I believe you said that you are Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but... Oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Ah, it's so wonderful. You mean to tell me he gave you a lollipop ring? So, which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Romano, and so Lance and I grew up together. Gasp! I said it out loud. I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano Group. What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world on Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had a name? You had me there for a second. But now, it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode Pegasus off into somewhere, and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff of legends are made of. It's been so long. I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live. About this incident. Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. Can I check my evidence real quick? What's your last name? Pops. Okay. How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. You based everything on that? I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. Blush. Ah, she started fantasizing again. So, what are you gonna do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there's a good chance the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. I'd say the kidnapper's hideout, which is probably the haunted house. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there's no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. Oh, okay, we meant here. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir, Roger, sir. That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? The man in the picture. Isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? Ooh, okay, let's see. Penny Dent prison, of course. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. Thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are. But despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. But the name here says Colin Devoray. That's the same name as the one on the back of his pendant. It appears that Colin Devoray was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently, he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and the current case? His police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give him a thorough read eventually. It's fine. Let us focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Care to explain in a bit more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. Let me read that report first. Apparently it's detailed. Oh, no, this is it. Okay. And of course his weight is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that in pounds? Oh, okay. Small man. Well, we have a broken window from the broken mirror from the haunted house. One of the keys is gone. We have some costumes in the bin. Passage to the underground. The room that I was trapped in. Photo rally sign. And 3 cups of coffee. So, this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. While you were tied up for a while in the room next door. Kay, please. Must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can from the other kidnapper's identity. Well, we start with this. This must be where they dispose of old and worn-out costumes. That's so sad. It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. Okay. Well, that's not what I expected this to be, but sure. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth! It's a broken mirror. Probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? There are 3 cups of coffee. And missing keys. So we'll check the missing keys first. Oh, we can't check it. Do I have to check the key specifically? I wonder what this key is to. You got me. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it! It must be the key for one of those trap doors. That wasn't a trap door. You only called it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but is this what you're supposed to do? Isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I'm not having this conversation with you. No, this is the key to the Blue Badger mobile. Look, see? They have the black plastic bit that car keys didn't have. There's 2 empty spots. Also, they're labeled. You can probably read it. Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. Yep, that's important. And apparently we can't read that. So, let's see. Oh, this is the room we were looking at earlier. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me? But it's the room where I got to see your awesome face. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Looks like these chairs have been used since last time, since I couldn't see them before. Either that or they're simply out of frame. Now, there's a broken sword over here. What have we here? Looks like a sword. A broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Because it was used to hit you. Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it on, or use it for, or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too! It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that. The door leading to the outside world is locked, so Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Let's see, can we do any do we have enough pieces to do logic right now? No, we do not. Huh. I suppose we can see what these barrels are. Oh, they have barrels like these just outside. Yes, and? Well, I know I already asked when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. Yes. Well, anyway, we saw these chairs earlier. Unused folding chairs leaning against the wall in their folded state. Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. There's not even a single hair off. I feel bad for using these because it'd be like stealing their perfection away. I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. What are you talking about? They are not lined up at all. And they're leaning on a mirror. Yeah, let's check this table again. Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs set around the table. Yep, there you go. That's what I needed. 3 chairs, 3 coffee cups. 3 kidnappers. Or at least 2 kidnappers and 1 extra person. The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible that there is a third kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Well, not based on what I have right now. Still upset that Edgeworth didn't read the label on the keys, I must say. The sign advertising the photo rally. Something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do. And I'm gonna get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see. She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. Do we expect a sign, perhaps? A poster of Gatewaterland is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewaterland has it all and is waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? No, not at all. There doesn't seem to be anything else there to investigate. And the door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. There we go, now we can look at it better. Handle broken on the inside. That doorknob handle thingy looks pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. There's not even a single dent. But how's it possible after what the officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been used when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So, the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? Well, that's pretty easy. It's because the sword was blocking it. Which means our bud probably did not escape through the floor, considering he could have gotten out on his own. As in, the door was not locked. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine lock, and anyone can see it was not in use after the time. But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight, despite not being locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean Yes, it was used to jam the door. Hey, here, take a look at the door handle. You see how the handle's completely destroyed? So that's how the sword broke. Yes. Now I thought that we might uncover the identity of the kidnappers, but instead we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Ah! But what is it? Well, well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We Badgers also make use of it in our duties. Well, look, why don't you get out of there and then we'll talk, okay? I beg your pardon, miss. Badger, get! Oh, Proto-Badger, get! Alright, only one more to go. What are you getting all excited for? Did you forget? The photo rally, duh. See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the Bad Badger and I'm done. Ah, yes. I vaguely recall a contest of something of that sort. We need to unmask him. What? It's gone! But where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A Bad Badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnappers stole it. I heard about how they were stolen, but they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? Are they saying more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto-Badger, please tell me a little bit more about these costumes you use. What do you mean by a Bad Badger costume is missing? Why, just what I said, sir. We are 1 badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room. Actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally, we don't use Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other Badgers must work together to apprehend them, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Then, doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of Bad Badger? Personally, I can't believe it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I supposed to do, sir? All this basically means is that the kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total. Then, are you saying there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh? Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? Well... I guess I can't go down there and check the, what's it called? The helmet. So I guess we say that it's because there's still a pink badger here, and why would they take 2 of the same instead of a full set so they can blend in? You had 4 people and you wanted to steal a 4th costume. Wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another Bad Badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 Bad Badger costumes, but the question is, why? Can I logic that? Well, it's probably because one of the costumes is broken, yeah? And the second Bad Badger costume, I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. Huh? What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing something very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get it out there and take a look. As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume. Well, minus the head. Well, let's check that hand out. Oh, look! Its hand is hurt. Looks more like something was ripped off of it. Probably the gun, right? Doesn't he hold a gun? Yeah. This.
Eureka!
I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in his right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely. The Bad Badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However... You there! Did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to stay securely attached to the costume. As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. It seems that our kidnapper also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. Okay. My thought was that they, took the gun off so they could put a real gun there. I think we're about done with this room. So, what's next? Well, we found a few answers, but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, okay? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You've got to hurry, sir, come on! What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What? Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo! That's why you've got to come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we might still be able to get there before the wolf boy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. Ah, to be continued. This one's probably the last one, right? I would assume so. And I assume it's the... Oh, that's not Proto-Badger. Proto-Badger doesn't have a belt. Where's the costume detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Was it out here out in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. Yep. Go ahead, check the wings. What do we have here? Oh, it's the rest of the pendant. Well, this pretty much proves it. I mean, it already pretty heavily implied that Deacon is Lauren's father, but that confirms it. Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there. Oh, this is the... Yep, all the relevant people are here. Looks like we're done. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Ugh. A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren... Hey, it's the name of it. It's a name engraved on this. Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance? You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. So, Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey, guys, case closed. Get the car ready. I mean, a special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? The officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. But who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show any signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So, Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Ha ha ha! Ah, thanks for the confession. Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, you're so sure of yourself. You've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you possibly ask for? Mr. Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? But I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Why is she trying to cut her own hair? Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away at the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear all about the evil deeds you committed today. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There. Are you satisfied? She has confessed her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. But there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Well, where do we want to start tearing this apart from? Okay. Well, let's just check what evidence we have first. I think that'd be a good thing. Just refresh ourselves. Let's see. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, bum. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, bum. Okay, so let's see here. Lance is one of his own kidnappers because he's in debt. Duh. Lauren is actually related to Deacon. Deacon is actually a criminal. Duh. Wait, Lauren D. Why is it Lauren D? Oh, okay. Well, the other last name also starts with E. That's why. Well, I'm not going to present his real name here. How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times? That's it? Yes. They only met a few times. I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if you hardly ever talked, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan? That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning, which is why he chose someone who he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes. However, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Ha! I bet he didn't even see that one coming. You knew that you can get rich by holding Lance hostage, huh? You knew? How did you know something like that? Oh no, what should I do? Okay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you will always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony. Oh, yes, of course.
Hold
Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Romano would think the same. I bet Lance is the old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be a doting father like Mr. Romano. I always figured that was it too, and I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because of your dad's... I got this pendant from my father, and I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He will welcome me to his arm, riding on the back of a Pegasus. That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of a Pegasus. Wait, can I not present that? Oh, okay, fine. That's a shame.
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little bit about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Ooh, how do you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. Bah! And here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but...
Hold it!
Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops... wait. Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the beginning. Is that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes, do. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Hold it!
Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really were, or who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? So, what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other. Wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right. They're the same color, and they're even made of the same material. I believe these two pendants are actually one. Huh? Shall we give it a try? Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. But what? No, that can't be. So the two make a set. Heh, it's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. Do we use the dossier? I think so. It doesn't mention Pegasus.
Take that!
But it should be good. Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devoray. The man that is etched on the name that is etched on the horse pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense, given what is written in Mr. Devoray's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. Right here.
Take that!
Mr. Devoray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops. But that's a lie. That person was not my father. He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. No. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? Ha ha ha! What's so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up on your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I thought of another possibility. That's so? Well, let's hear it. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So, this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that they didn't know their true relationship, right? And you're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together? That's right. As one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Okay, well, let's take a look. Just to double check things. Well, we don't actually have anything here that might indicate that they didn't know each other's relationship. Unless, of course... No, that's foolish. What could it be? Body was moved from somewhere. That's not helpful, though. Huh. I'm not sure, actually. They both made good use of this fact to plan the kidnapping, you say? I don't think that's necessarily possible. Maybe it's this. It says that the spider's surveillance he has yet to show up. Let's start pressing him, see if we get anything better. You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend they didn't. Because he was on the lam? You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore...
Hold it!
It was no coincidence, you say? One is a butler, and one is the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was the best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course.
Hold it!
You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family. Yeah, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well.
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence on the contrary. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Emmett Lang isn't wrong, though. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You'd better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Emmett Lang's line of logic factually correct? Was the crime really committed by the two of them? By this father-daughter pair? No, not necessarily. But can I present that it's three of them? I don't think I have that. No, I don't. That's very unfortunate, I must say. And I can't do logic during this, can I? Oh, no, I just pressed them on accident. And I've already done this. Okay, just go through it. Well, what do I want to present? Now, grant you that the two of them are father-daughter. That's true. Is in conflict with anything here. And we can double check just to make sure. I still think that this is pretty important.
Hold it.
Oh, I keep pressing on accident. No, stop doing that. No, bad. Come on. Is it possible that they both knew? I don't think so. Well, I mean, actually, yeah, I do think so. But I also think... I'm also thinking ahead a lot, which is throwing me off. This is not helpful, is it? No. Missing model gun. Yeah. Miss Pop's pendant. Lauren D. There's no coincidence they reunited and became... The reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. How do I want to deal with that? I mean, it's not this yet. Not yet, anyways. And they made use of their meetings to plan the kidnapping. Whew, that's... I don't know. I still think that Lance is one of the guilty parties. Well, no, it's basically confirmed. But still. I don't think your scenario is probable as well. I mean, it's probable, but still, it doesn't explain how the father got killed. Why don't we just press the dead body, huh? Not present. No, that's not right. Oh, he's gonna read me a quote. Lang Zi says, confidence is like a soul, and words without confidence are what empty shells. You shouldn't waste your own breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just as bad to say something in full confidence and be wrong. Are you gonna let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that? I don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence, I just need to think rationally. After all, I only need to be confident in the facts. Is it possible they both knew the fact? I would hardly think so. This seems rather likely. We can try it. No, that's not it. Let me see. None of this seems to contradict it's no coincidence that they became involved in House Amano. So, you know, that's something. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence, because, I mean, he probably came here undercover. Yeah. The two of them made good use of their meeting plan this little kidnapping, but we know there was 3. Can I present that there was 3 through here? Perhaps. Perhaps. Let's give it a go. Ah, there it is. The music stopped. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just 2 people alone. And what kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3? 4 costumes were stolen in the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout, but as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group, and I believe this 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. But who? Who is this mastermind? Oh, look, we have to present it right now.
Take that!
It's nice that they're not treating me, the player, as an idiot. But the Lance Amano? Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but 2. One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah, yes. About when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I don't really remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from the room as fast as I could. Okay, well that's stupid. Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. How could you not? Why do you look at me with such icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor, and because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There's a sticking point in Lance's art testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Oh, okay. Do I have to press first? Because it looked like I could just present immediately. They left you alone. Here, we'll press here then. How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard, but this is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. Okay, well, we know this is a lie.
Objection!
You say that the door leading out was locked, but is it really? We're talking about that room behind the saloon, right? Look, I heard it took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Sheena? Yes, that's correct. Then, take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by the sword, which is used to jam the handle. That is not... I mean, okay. Unless the... I guess the door opens outwards, huh? Okay. Huh? Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why do you not just simply remove the sword and escape? But why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yeah, that's it. I didn't notice. As if I could accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive! What else? Oh, he's arguing motive. He's lost. Game over. Checkmate. Do you honestly think an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
Ah. This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit the crime.
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is, in fact, a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Looks like it's hard to being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Alright, I give up. I abducted myself. But, Lance... It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now, that dream is over. Oh, Lance! Then, you are giving yourself up? Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. And almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. Oh, okay. I was about to say that I'm very disappointed about how easily he gave up and how petty his motive was. But he's trying to escape the murder charges at this point. Pretty smart, I must say. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a bad Badger costume, took the suitcase with $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. I had no idea that they were related, so I thought they could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person is not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you? And that man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran off scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she saw her own dad without even knowing who he really was? By the way, is Kay here to steal the $1 million? Because that still hasn't been recovered. I would like to know. If what she says is true... Are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. Uh-oh. Stream froze. Stream froze. Did stream freeze? Or did it just freeze on my end? Let's double check. How are we doing? Frame rate dropped a little bit. Not frame rate. Bit rate. But we're still running, right? Oh, there we go. Okay. It looks like it just had a bit of a drop in bitrate for a second, so the latency went up a bunch and it froze on my end. Got it. Okay, so where do we start? Badger pointing his gun at you. And you use the gun you got from Lance. No, that's probably the missing model gun. Nope, it's not. Okay. Oh, Gumshoe was there. We'll press then.
Hold it!
You shot Mr. Deacon. Miss Pops. Yes, I shot him. And that, as they say, is that. Against Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're gonna continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please. Alright. Well, in that case, let's check this one. Because apparently Did we just... I'm gonna present this one too before we press. Play dangerously. Okay, yep. Playing dangerously, as always. Wait, hold on. Oh, he says something different every time you get it wrong. Man, I really shouldn't be skipping these, huh? Miss Pops, this evidence stands in clear contradiction to your statement just now. Huh? Where? It's not polite to confuse poor, helpless girls, Mr. Prosecutor. Until you have something significant to add, stuff that java of yours in your mouth. Ugh, it's a cravat, and it's a fashion statement, not a gag. Okay, yeah, and then he hints at me that I need to press. Gotcha.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself, but it's true. My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? But, yes, of course. There we go, now I can press the missing model gun. Oh, no, I guess I can't. I had to press the other thing then. And that's the same statement, so we can skip it, it's fine. Well, in that case, I suppose we use this, right? Pointed the gun in his left hand at me. Yeah, no.
Objection!
No, that's not it either. I mean, but it says it's supposed to be in his right hand here. Okay, fine, we'll just press. Jeez. And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes. I'm about to die, I thought. So... Okay, the badger pointed a gun that was in his left hand at you. But we know it's not right. We know it is false. Do I present this then, because it says who had what costume?
Objection!
No, that's not it. Edgeworth, how do you want me to do this? I know what you want me to do, but what evidence do you want me to use? Jeez.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot? Yes. And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot? I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. Well, yeah, I know, but it didn't work. The badger pointed the gun in his left hand at you, aiming to shoot me dead. Did I present this on this?
Objection!
Yes, I did. Man, I don't want to get a game over in this. This game's so easy. Well, you use the gun that you got from Lance. Ugh, but we know that's the model gun. Here, let me press this. How about that? You shot Mr. Deacon. Miss Pops. Yes, I shot him. Yeah, that we've done this one. Well, we know it was a blank, though. I want to present this because I haven't. Because okay. This is so upsetting. I don't want to get a game over in this. This is the easiest thing ever. And yet, I'm somehow not able to put together what Miles wants me to do. You know, I keep blaming Edgeworth. It's the game. It's the game. And how exactly does he want me to go about this? Okay, you know how it is. We know it's this, right? Because this is the new thing that appeared. And we know that the blue, not the blue badger, the bad badger, which was right here, wait, right here. Oliver Deacon was the bad badger. But both bad badger costumes are gone. One of the bad badger costumes has its hand removed, has had its gun removed from its right hand. And we know it's supposed to be in the right hand because of this photo. But you have been aimed at with the left hand. And that does not seem to come up here. Unless it's this.
Objection!
Aha! There it is. Okay. That I should have been able to approach that from multiple angles, but I suppose that's not how these games were made. I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then, the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on right there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun in was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in a court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier. There was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it. According to you, the Bad Badger had a gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face. But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger. And yet, the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Well... we know that both hands were occupied. And we know it is the Bad Badger. So, what do you want me to say? Maybe it's not the Bad Badger? Maybe it's Proto Badger? But I guess we can assume it's Proto Badger. Miss Pops, what you saw was not the Bad Badger. Think back and recall which character it was that leveled a gun at you. But it was wearing a pair of sunglasses and it had that strange blue beard. That sums up the Bad Badger pretty well, I'd say. Too bad for you, but it looks like the Bad Badger wasn't the mistake here. I think your half-baked logic needs some more time in the oven, Mr. Prosecutor. You guys, what are you waiting for? An engraved invitation? Take this young lady away. Wait, we still don't know the truth behind what has happened. It's alright. I need to pay the price for what I've done. Oh, man. Okay. Well, looks like I got a game over. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. I hope it doesn't send me back too far. Okay, so it retries the current scene. Well, in that case I just say that both hands were not occupied. Holding a gun in his right hand as he pulls the suitcase with the same hand. Isn't it possible for a right-handed person to do both things simultaneously? No! No! Come on, stupid. Okay, I'm not even bothered reading that. They are both correct. Ha! Impossible! That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pop's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? Oh, okay. Well, that works, I suppose. Freely used with his hands because of the gun. It was ripped off.
Take that!
Get your head on straight, Mr. Prosecutor. That doesn't show me diddly squat. I knew it. I just saw what I saw was just a mirage. Wait, I can explain. No? Okay. Come on. Is it the head? Did we present the head?
Take that!
Okay, that's the way he wanted me to go with it. The costumes have two parts to them, a head and a body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pop saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, is it not possible that the body of that was that of an entirely different badger? That's what I was trying to say earlier! Oh, that's upsetting. A different badger? Yes. Or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of a bad badger... The body of the bad badger Miss Pop saw really belonged to this badger.
Take that!
What the heck is it? It's the proto-badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of the process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is a proto-badger costume. And Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the proto-badger costume? That would be Lance. Ugh. Are you saying what I think you are? Lance Amano donned the blue bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than a setup, and its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There was but one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No. That's slander. Take that back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything? It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Ha! Who is it what-handed doesn't prove a thing? Besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the proto-badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet.
Take that!
We found one half of a bad badger costume in the hideout. A broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the bad badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where's the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe we can still safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you are right, and that the murder of the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible, because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room the next door over. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. So, Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting till after I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine in more detail. Well, Edward, you were there. You were tied to the beam.
Hold it!
You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon you saw? Yes, I am certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then, are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked this slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. It just had to be Mr. Deacon. She saw a Bad Badger head. Well, that's wrong. Do I present the head? Is that it? Because I don't really have anything that says, oh, Miles Edgeworth, was kidnapped. Well, we can try this.
Objection!
Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me, even after I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at the time. Well, Lance, am I right? Well, you showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a Bad Badger head on, and then made your costume to escape. Together. Or so you pretended. But, huh? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the Bad Badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave. We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and the subsequent detainment, all of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that was the case, Miss Pops would still have seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it would seem you can't prove a thing. But hold it! Who said that? Please, wait. Mr. Romano. Oh ho, Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad? Let's see. You are the one in charge of this investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Is that what I think it is? It's the bad badger costume the victim was wearing, and a gun. I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There. Now, Agent Lang, please calm down. Huh, what the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Romano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? The Chief of Police? What the? Just who does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area. Oh, there now. There is no need to be so upset. Heh, I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Yeah, you most certainly are. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, it doesn't matter who found the evidence, its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. At a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. They verified that the blood on the costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. But what? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final piece of evidence. This, you have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? Ha! I'll be the judge of that. Now let's go ahead and inspect some things. First of all, what's that inside the helmet? What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, they sparkle! I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Ooh, I know what those are for. Let's see, this gun. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? The bullet hole. This bullet hole. It looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by gunpowder. This is a most important fact. Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Well, are these not most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no! This isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why don't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? Alright, looks like we're closing in on him. At long last. So we don't get another crash during this. Where do we want to start? Does it indicate on here that the fingerprints were on it? No. This was from inside of the hideout. And what else was it? The costume. Fired at point blank. I don't have that in here, do I? Do I really not have that in here? Huh. Oh, there it is, there it is. Okay. In that case, I think we should start by pressing here.
Hold it!
And why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Miss Pop's life? I suppose it's because he wanted to silence her. To keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping. In that case, why did he not target you as well? That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Oh ho ho, right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have had the killer found. I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason, however. I digress. Look, more than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried about what'll happen to Lolly. Okay. So, you think that Lolly was acting in self-defense? I can hardly imagine that to be the case. Okay, well, seeing as how that press didn't go through, I'm actually a bit confused now on how they want me to approach this. So how about we just press the other three statements
Hold it!
in order? Yeah, that seems to be the right thing. Those fingerprints. Are you sure they belong to Miss Popps? Well, there's no mistake about it. Though, through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Oh yes, she's in a costume, yeah? I would certainly think she's in a costume. Yeah. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Popps' prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Popps' print should not be on the gun is... okay. This trial has not had a great... Or not trial, chapter has not had a great track record with being intuitive with the evidence, so I'm going to assume it's the stolen costumes.
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Popps to have left any prints on the murder weapon, because while she was at the stadium, Miss Popps was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's no mistake. We found fingerprints. Well, Miss Popps, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Yes. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Popps' prints found their way onto the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Romano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Popps is the murderer. Oh! Oh, yeah, no backseating. I mean, if I get stuck for, like, 10 minutes, go ahead backseat. But until that, I don't think that's going to happen, because I think I just figured this out. It seems to me, because it just clicked for me, because why is Kay here? Why did she show up? She said she's here to steal something, and she's only here to steal the truth. Well, initially I was thinking that she was here for Lance, because it was quite obvious from the time we got to the stadium that he was involved in the kidnapping. But seeing as how Ernest here is flaunting his power in order to speed along this investigation, it seems that she's actually here for him. Because obviously Lance is doing something shady or foolish to become in debt with Tender Lender. Never a great thing. But he's gotten off of it this far due to Amano. But it doesn't look like Amano can actually just keep doing that. Probably because of corruption reasons. So Amano might... No, they're both Amano. So Ernest might have actually been in on it from the beginning as a way to semi-legally transfer funds. I suppose this would count as fraud. Let's see if it plays out as I think it will, though. The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Popps is the first... to prove that Miss Popps is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way. I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. It's the victim's costume, because it was a point-blank shot. Wait, no, actually, it was the mirror fragments.
Take that!
Oh, no, I guess it was the point-blank shot. You know, it could have been either one. And honestly, it should have been either one, but I suppose... I don't know. This was like a GBA game, I think, so maybe it's restricted by the technology. Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then, I believe you'll see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. The bullet hole.
Take that!
The burn around the bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was... Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Heh. Look at you, smarty pants prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? Oh yeah, I know Viola's hand. Oh! Oh, you mean she's like in charge of it now? Okay, well I knew the Viola was from Tenderlender, but I guess... Oh, is this happening after the third game? I had assumed it was between the second and the third. Oh, I suppose this is after the third game before the time skip then, yeah? Because Troop Gramarye is still active? Wait, no, yeah, Troop Gramarye is still active because there's no way Trucy is big enough at this point to be performing here. Okay, interesting. Lance set me up... Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was... Oh? I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed was here. It's the haunted house, yeah?
Take that!
I hope so. I think it's not unreasonable to assume that the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely the victim was killed here. Now it's the glass shards. There we go.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed. You don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you could kill Mr. Deacon with a revolver in the haunted house. Oh dang, is this a game of Cluedo? After that, you stole the Blue Badger Mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the Blue Badger Mobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more! I'm sorry, Mr. Romano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet! Yes, please do something! Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense! Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you! I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena! Wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. See? Isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there was no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Ha ha ha! Lang Z says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. Oh, thank you very much for the compliment. To be honest, although I am enjoying this game so far, it seems most of the antagonists are pretty dumb. How do I explain that? I think I made it very clear in the previous stream. Every argument they make is so full of holes that I could tear into it 101 ways, and because of that, my biggest struggle is figuring out which way Miles wants to start off, and which piece of evidence the game wants me to start with, because so many pieces of evidence are applicable at every statement, it feels like. I do hope that it gets harder after this. I heard the second game is a lot better. And also, Aegis Attorney has never failed to deliver with their final chapters. So hopefully they're able to disrupt me a bit later. See? So, since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house, besides myself, were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Is he going to ask for us to find where the $1 million went? Because I feel like that might have some, blood on it or something. Oh, maybe not blood, but, some piece of evidence. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. But why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice, if I want to find the truth, that is. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena, I'm here. Put in the paperwork for authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go to Gatewater Group's. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to attain approval. Mr. Romano? Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena? Oh, can you not read the language here? It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud. Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the Haunted House to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million paid in full in cash. What? Ho ho ho! As you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? When did you... I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. Yeah, I'm still currently on the first game of investigations. I will say, though, $1 million for a whole building? That's pretty, interesting. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That $1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So, I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. Okay. So he found the ransom money already. That solves that. Okay. And that's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. Huh? While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. Oh, yes, I think I was right. I think this is what Kay is here for. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Romano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. Oh, whoa, a fourth to be continued. Can't say I expected that. Yeah, go ahead, save. Okay, looks like we're going for a while longer, but, you know, I still have 3 hours to burn, so let's keep going. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. Yatagarasu is noble and always a thief of justice. Of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe, is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprints among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We just got it in case that we needed it for the kidnapping case. All right, I'll put the haunted house data then. Man, this is taking an unexpected turn. But what is this? Well, where are we? Lance, it's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, so what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Heh, maybe I have and maybe I haven't, but I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out of the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At the time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Wait, what was a badger doing all the way down there? Oh wait, hold on. So this has a sash on it, which means it's a blue badger body, but I remember it having a proto-badger face. What does that imply? Hold on. Who had what? Lauren had the blue badger body, and only one of each costume excluding the bad badger was taken. But Lauren was in the pink badger. Wait, what's happening here? Hold on. I think we should just double check to make sure it is a proto-badger. Because it could have just had black eyes for effect, I guess. I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for the atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I could see was its silhouette. In that case, I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. Okay, I guess we aren't going to be able to see it right now. But I remember it quite clearly. It was a proto-badger face, because I remember it had, like, these creepy dead eyes. We can double check what the badger eyes look like. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely proto-badger. Oh wait, does it not have a sash? I can't see. I thought it had a sash. Am I wrong? Okay, well, it doesn't change the fact that it's proto-badger. And proto-badger was who? Proto-badger was Lance. So, you were knocked out by Lance. Got it. Then I started walking towards the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here, in the badger costume.
Take that!
that doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costume kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as a perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. And that's also how he knew that you were outside the door, because you were being watched. Okay. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad! I'm beginning to think that I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, Kay. Alright. And then he walks up, bops you on the head. Well, Lance? What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you a chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside? Are you telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me? Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, inputting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? Since the Bad Badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. Okay. That's good. Now, to verify the facts of this recreation. Ah, we get to investigate. Hold on. So the Bad Badger costume that he was wearing is not the ripped one, yeah? It's the other one. So I suppose this is a possibility. Do we have a picture of this? Hold on, let me see. The gun is on the right hand. Yep, that's good. I don't think I have any qualms with this. No, I don't. This is fine, I think. Okay, we should just start the investigation, I suppose. Is there anything over here we want to look at? I suppose we should start... we'll start with the actual bonking here. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was from someone's bare hands. Okay, so then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch! Sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. Yep, right there. It's the sword. Yeah?
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. A prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes. Although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait. Yes! It's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what tests do you want to run on this? Just check to see if there's blood on it so we can confirm it's the same sword. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood was found its way onto this. Oh, and this way we can confirm... actually, I don't know what it's going to confirm. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Okay, well, that's helpful, I suppose. Your least favorite case? Yeah, I can definitely see how. It, I don't know, it seems like it might be used to establish our, not antagonist, well, I suppose they are an antagonist right now, but it seems like it's being used to establish the opposing, officer. I really hope he's not brought back in the cases after this, but he obviously is, because we haven't explored him as a character or his assistant at all, and his assistant is clearly important. I assume it's because he can't read the language here, and it's going to come up later. But, you know, we always have one case like this in each game. So, let's see how it goes. You got blood on the left side of the sword, but you hit me... But you're... Wait. Hold on. Yeah, no, that's not right. So, wait, hold on. Deducing, that means we had to use evidence. I forget how it works. No, the spot is not connected to any evidence I hold. I just want to look at my evidence. Let's see, what do we got? That's not it. Where's it at? Yeah, the gun's in the right hand, just making sure. Culprit hit you in the right temple. Hold on, let me pose myself real quick with my arm. If I'm standing here and my arm swings down from here to hit me in the right temple, the person behind me would have to hold the weapon in their right hand. Right? And they are holding it with their left. Wait, did I just do that right? Hold on. I'm here. This is my right hand. This is my right temple. Swing down from this side. Get blood on the left side of the blade. Okay. The sword is in the wrong hand. I mean, I should have figured that a bit more quicker, but I had to physically act it out. Let's see. Ah, finally! I found a clear contradiction of the facts about the sword. Except for the bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side? Huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit. I see, but the blood was on his left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword had a large right hand guard attached to the hilt. It would have been impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both hands, it must have been the right. I'll change the data to reflect the right-handed swing. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? The gun. But we don't say the missing model gun, do we? Do we say it's the actual gun? I assume it's the actual gun.
Take that!
No, it's not. Are you sure? They seem kind of unrelated to me. Ah, darn this game and its unintuitive evidence. Okay. Nope. Go ahead and go through. Do I use the prop gun, then? Or do I use this? Do I say that he has a gun in his right hand because of the Blue Badger Bible?
Take that!
Okay, that's it. The Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right! Then, what now? If it wasn't in his left hand or right hand, it means that the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Fine, it was me. I hit you. It appears that you lied to me yet again. But see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance? Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Ah! Kay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it! Here I go! You know, when she holds it up like that, it reminds me of, what was it? Like, some, 90s anime with transformation sequence. I don't remember the name of it. It's fine. Let's just get back to this. Hold on. Now, we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright. All we have to do is examine this new recreation and... Ha 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 ha! And what is exactly so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes. It was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of Little Thief, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way, your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce? Sheena? Oh, what is it? Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. Oh, the 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. The Disappearing Badger? What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of the hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. Saint Seiya? Sailor Moon? You know, there's a lot that it could be. I have one in particular that I'm thinking of. I think it was actually a manga I read in a library somewhere. I could probably find it if I spent some time looking for it, but I'm not going to right now because going off of the vague recollections of a 9-year-old me would take far too long. But that definitely is what they're going with, as far as Faraday's design is concerned. I don't see any other reason why they... Oh, actually, I suppose they could also be going for... I suppose crystals like that were more common in Sentai, especially having them do that particular sort of pose and animation. So it could have been something like that. Or maybe I'm just blurring a bunch of things together. Who knows? I don't. At least not right now. But how can this be? I guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he lay down and pretended to be it instead. Yeah, if the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you to a completely wrong conclusion. Now, get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth? Okay. I wonder if you could please input this new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit. Not until I can declare that I found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. We'll see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. Alright. And how do you want to update it this time? I'm not sure how we want to start off this one. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means must be a contradiction somewhere. Well, I mean, can he just throw the doll out the window? There is a window here. Yeah, just window. Oh, there's nothing unusual about that area? I can't... Oh, I have to use the deuce? Okay. Do I have a map in here? Of the hotel... Of the haunted house? Not seems so. I feel like I should, though. Only one of each badger in the park? No, that can't be it. Let me see. Wait, hold on. Why are we arguing this? Are they arguing? No, don't tell me. Okay, hold on. So, are they arguing that the doll actually disappears? Please don't. I just realized that. I've been overlooking that this whole time. I hope this is not like a Maximilian Galactica thing where they're arguing that he can fly. You know that it has to disappear somehow, so it probably just gets tossed out the window by whoever's in it. Or rather, whoever's out there, if it's a doll. It probably is a doll, but still. How do I want to go about this? I don't have anything that can indicate that it's a doll. I suppose I can just inspect the doll first. This blue badger is just a doll for use in the haunted house. I bet the one who killed the blue badger was the... I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right? According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy. All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun? Perhaps they were just destined to battle with each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. Well, it's nice to see that's lingering in your mind still. Okay, but it looks like the only thing here I could deduce is this, because I don't think you can deduce anything that's blue. Maybe we should inspect the other things first, see if we get more evidence. This is where the Proto-Badger shows up in our recreation. Yes. Now the question is, where did he come from? But there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. Well, if you can't open the window, does this mirror move? How about that? When you take a look around, it almost feels like a house of mirrors. Indeed. I've never heard of this many mirrors in a haunted house before. Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to the mirror shards. Yeah, well, that's something I needed, I suppose. Hey, wait! These shards, there's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards found in the mirrors on this wall. And look! There's some sort of design on the back, too. The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Oh, is there a fake wall? That could also be it. Hold on, do I have enough pieces to do a logic? No. Not yet. Let me just trace this wall real quick. No. Can I go to the right? No. Okay. Well, how exactly does it want me to do this? I suppose... No, we probably don't need to talk to the people here. We can inspect this. It's the Proto-Badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it is Lance. Oh! Are you gonna get him back? I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally abduct them right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works. Her third statement doesn't seem to be that much of a benefit to her survival. Okay, well, it's not this broken glass, is it? Nope, I can't inspect that. Let me inspect this again. Okay, we have a doll. And that's the only thing I can make a deduction based off of. Different from the wall, mirrors on the wall. Very thick and has a design on the back. That's interesting. Why does it have a design on the back? I really feel like I'm missing something vital here. It's not the armor, is it? What in here would have a design on the back? Ooh, okay. This actually stumped me. I guess I got what I asked for, eh? Oh, yeah. And we don't have a map of this place in our inventory. Nothing on this. So the costumes don't have any glass in them. Oh, yeah, stream at 720. I don't know why it's at 720. I started up earlier before the stream crashed, and even though I have it set to 1080, it's for some reason displaying at 720. I'm planning to fix that after this, but it's really been bothering me. I hadn't figured out why it's like that. Hopefully I'll have it figured out by next stream, which should happen because I'm not doing another stream until at least Thursday. So let's see. Very thick. Do we have any thick glass on our inventory? No, we don't. I suppose we could just check the armor. Sometimes they have me investigate random stuff. pieces of a set of armor are in a pile here. Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses? I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of abnormalcy. But why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? Now, try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it. That may prove to be a most difficult task. Alright, well, it's none of those. And none of these guys have any glass on them. So I really do think I just have to do a deduction. The game is running at 30 FPS, not the stream itself. You know, I didn't consider that. That is rather likely. Huh. You know, that would explain some issues I've been having recently with these games. I noticed when I was doing Spirit of Justice that the characters looked a bit stuttery on stream until it got fully processed into a video. Maybe that's it. I should probably figure that out after this. And what deduction can we do based on this? I don't think it's connected to any evidence. We can check one more time. Costume and the body is separate. Yep, disappearing blue badger. You know, I think that there might actually just be a mirror wall, and I don't know how to explain that. Is there any way to explain that? I don't think so. Maybe I just deduce it just out, right, just as is, and then Edgeworth will fill in the blanks. I highly doubt it, but we can try. Is this? Yeah, okay, that's the failure dialogue. You checked on other videos and watched them at 60 FPS. Yeah, like I said, I was not sure what was going on, so I'm gonna try and figure it out after the stream, see what's wrong. Because I think this happened with the last stream too, and then I had it fixed for a little bit, and I exported it, and it didn't work. Alright, yep, there is something wrong for the stream. Yeah, see, he says it's a trick of the eye, because there's a mirror here. I know there's a mirror here, or a fake wall, one of the two. But where does it want me to click? Where exactly does it want me to click? Do you remember this off the top of your head? Because there's obviously some trickery going on here, with probably literal smoke and mirrors. But I can't figure out where exactly it is, because it's... It seems like the game is breaking its own rules by asking me to deduce a blue spot, which I'm not a fan of. Different from the wall mirrors on the walls, very thick, has a design on the back. Yeah. This is very upsetting, I must say. Very, very upsetting. People firing blanks, yeah. Not part of the gun, though. Well, you know what? You're a ninja. Or a thief, I suppose. Do you know anything about this? Can you give me some vague hints? Okay, how is, Little Thief? Totally fine in recreating the crime scene. All that's left is more info. But, you know, I can't believe I'm replicating a haunted house. And that we're talking about the fate of $1 million. Pretty exciting stuff. I can't say I understand what is so exciting about recreating a crime scene. In any case, I believe that is very probable that a murder has occurred at this place. And if I can prove that, we will finally arrive at the truth. Yeah, so what are you waiting for? Let's get investigating. That is not helpful in the slightest. Wow. That's amazing. Can I present the new evidence to you? Will that help me with anything? No, it's not. But yeah, well, that's fair enough. Let's see here. Suppose we can try inspecting myself, and maybe I get a piece of logic off of that. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I'm to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vow to never be caught by surprise again. Well, I suppose he doesn't get caught by surprise after this, huh? And I don't think any of these other three would help me. I can't inspect the door. Well, we can run a lap around the room, see if there's anything I missed. That's always something that I do, I suppose. Nope, nothing on the walls, just people to talk to. Okay. Well, I suppose we can just start throwing deductions at the blue badger on the floor. Yeah? I hope so. What do we want to start with, though? Because, like I said, none of these seem pretty... They all... Seeing is believing, they say. Yeah. No, that's not it. 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 That's probably not it. Or at least I would assume it's not it. We're trying to figure out how... I mean, I do still think it's the window. I mean, I can try to present the glass on the window, but I don't think that'll work. If it does, I'm going to be very upset.
Eureka!
Okay, no, it does not work. Okay, just needed to confirm. Yeah, I forgot the puzzles. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I most certainly would have forgotten as well. In fact, I did forget in Apollo Justice, because I never finished that game. But even for the parts that I did play, I still got wrong on stream a few times, I think. Let's see. Can't make deductions on the window, presumably. Oh, actually, hold on. The hand. The hand. Is it the hand? The hand on these are consistent, I suppose, assuming it's a blue badger, not a bad badger. And I'm assuming they aren't using glass to prop up the horns. And I also assume that this whole thing is one... Actually, I suppose it doesn't have to be one big selection box. It could be a bunch of small ones if they wanted me to click on a specific part. Only one of each badger in the park. Well, not necessarily. Right? Because this isn't a suit, it's a doll. According to the pamphlet, right? Well, I mean, assuming it isn't a guy jumping out the window, then yes. We can try presenting the photo rally, though. I think that's possible. I still think it's literal smoke and mirrors.
Eureka!
But we need to try everything at this point. Okay, oh my god, you're joking. Really? This whole conversation, they've been calling it a doll, and it's actually a suit? Okay. I'm upset. Edworth, you better prove me wrong. I better be going insane, or I'm going to be very upset at you. Hold on here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is the opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? Oh! I am insane and stupid. Okay. Edgeworth, I'm sorry for blaming you. You could never be at fault. How did I not notice that? I literally called that out as soon as I saw it. Oh, I guess I mistakenly called it out, but still. Oh, I should trust my gut more. Okay. Look at that, like 10 minutes down the drain. Oh, that's embarrassing. Okay. The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then, why is the blue badger dressed in reverse? See, it's a mirror. I knew it's a mirror. Okay. Let's do some logic. Here we go. Ah, okay. There's a blue badger in the ceiling. Maybe not the ceiling. I suppose it depends on how they have it angled. It could be around the corner. Okay. Do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors? A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than a reflected image of a real one. Then, was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down the hallway, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, as the house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built the mirror wall. Right here, in the pamphlet. Oh, that's so upsetting. Okay. As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said they saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time, however, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. Just move the mirror wall. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so it would be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. Okay. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same on the other wall in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside my field of vision. The culprit kept out of my sight by hiding here. Just back here. There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the Blue Badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes. Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now, in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go, now. Oh, I completely forgot about that. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So, what do you need anyway? If you could recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it. Alright. Now this, I believe, is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although, at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then... Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay? Please recreate that. Got it! Alright, that seems to be case pretty open and shut. I think the only thing we need to cover now is Ernest's involvement. But I think that's something that Kay is going to handle on her own mostly. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his Proto-Badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Huh, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. It looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice. but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. Oh, I haven't noticed. Please educate me. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies... Oh. Well, that's not an inconsistency. You just had to replace the dead the doll with the dead body, yeah? Okay. Take a good look at the end of this hallway. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. So, let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who, or what do you suppose it was? I believe the real identity of our mystery badger is this. Oh, I can't present people. Oops. My bad.
Take that!
The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. What? Oh, can't proceed? Oh, there we go. Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final, decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death of Mr. Deacon. No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullets. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Ha! You were in that house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Ah! Why does it always linger on his dialogue? Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano. Oh, breakdown time. I'm sorry. And he starts crying. There he goes. No, it's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could. I grabbed his gun and I shot him. The bullet must have went through the body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See? That's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. Huh, as if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Oh, wait! I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. But you forget obstruction of justice. Dad, ugh. Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. Ugh. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? Oh! Oh, I didn't see that coming. I thought Kay was here for him. Seems the Interpol was here for him instead. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I guess Kay isn't going to steal anything until well, not in the next chapter, but the first chapter, which happens after this. I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena! It's known as the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? Oh, so you remember it? Good. And you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling. There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Romano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devoray. Father. Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devoray, I always suspected that you were involved in the smuggling ring, Mr. Romano. Mr. Devoray was arrested in place of you, which is why, when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please, calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Who's this? What the? Who the heck was that? Oh, you guys. Who's talking here? I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So, if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. Oh, and he's storming off? Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir! Is this why I had to break in? Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So, how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. Heh, it's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Romano in the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Agent Lang suspected my relationship with Mr. Romano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I like him a lot more now between his previous statements and this. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Oh, well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that the court produces nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the court... Why is this man so angry with all of us? I think he might be angry with this country specifically, considering you have... well, never mind. That's not right. Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it! Oh, and look at that, they have a pose in sync. Please, wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Zhangfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence that one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again. or any prosecutor. So, Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we better catch up. Yeah. We've still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all. Okay, I'm seeing how this is starting to shape up. Hold on, I'll save my analysis for after this. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah. Are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me? Yeah? What is it? That is... Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. There she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in this staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he? I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Devoret into cooperating. Father! As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're very welcome, although there is no need to thank me. No, Lawrence, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Oh, okay. That surely won't come back. Heh, looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, way to go, sir. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. Huh? If you haven't remembered that in all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl? She's not gonna take my position as assistant, is she? It looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Hold on, let me see here. Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return to see you one day, remember? That's... Is that part of his cravat or something? That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago when I first met the then child Kay. And Detective Gumshoe. Ooh! Gumshoe and Edgeworth origin, that's exciting. Not doing that now, because my voice is on the verge of being lost for, I don't know, probably a few hours. That's nice. Anyway, my theory, before I end for the day. So, we've talked a lot about Edgeworth and Von Karma and the forging evidence. And Edgeworth seems to be pretty adamant that he is not forging evidence. Now, that's pretty clear, because the only shady thing he does in the original trilogy, which is where we see him the most, is with the updated autopsy report, which obviously is stupid, but, you know, it's a legitimate thing that he did, and it was probably the only option he had, considering how stacked that case was against him. So I'm wondering if we're going to get any revelations about Von Karma, because Manfred only shows up during the one trial in the first game, and he's pretty obviously evil, but also... the case we're working on that game is the only case where he could possibly actually, like, be tied into it himself. So I'm wondering if he actually did, he probably did do false evidence, but I'm wondering what the depths of his false evidence were, because he clearly didn't get to Edgeworth with it. I'm very interested. But, with that said, It has been, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours since we streamed. Well, not since we streamed, since we started, which is very long. And I've been talking nonstop this entire time, doing a variety of voices that hurt my throat sometimes. So we're going to end it for the day. We'll be back Thursday or Friday. Maybe with this, maybe with something else if I can get my frame rate and resolution fixed. Who knows? But with that being said, thank you all for tuning in. This has been Seek the Scuffed, and I am signing off. Yep, there we go. Bye-bye.